Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The last bridge of Lumaris shattered at dawn. It began with a sound like crystal bells, delicate yet deafening in its finality. The luminous pathway, a ribbon of condensed starlight that had connected the floating islands of Solara and Lumaris for 1,000 years, trembled. Hairline fractures spread across its translucent surface, spiderwebbing outward in patterns that resembled the very constellations from which it drew power. Then, in a cascade of light that momentarily rivaled the rising sun, the bridge dissolved into millions of glittering particles that rained down into the endless mist below. On the edge of Lumaris, Thorn watched in horror, his charcoal pencil frozen mid-stroke above his unfinished map. The bridge's energy signature, visible only to his specialized sight as flowing currents of silver and gold, flared brilliantly before vanishing entirely. This was the third bridge to fail this month. Soon, the floating realms of Moria would be completely isolated from one another, severing trade routes, families, and the fragile peace that had endured since the Great Cataclysm. "It's happening faster than I predicted," he whispered to himself, hastily rolling up his parchment. The council would need to know immediately. Thorn was no ordinary cartographer. Born with the rare ability to perceive the arcane energies that sustained Moria's fractured landscape, he had dedicated his life to mapping not just the physical territories of the floating islands, but the invisible currents that connected them. His maps were prized by navigators and scholars alike, though few understood the deeper patterns he documented in his private journals, patterns that had grown increasingly erratic in recent months. As he gathered his instruments, a hooded figure approached along the cliffside path, moving with a grace that seemed at odds with the rough terrain. Merchants were uncommon on this remote observation point, especially after a bridge collapse. "Quite the spectacle, wasn't it?" the stranger remarked, pulling back her hood to reveal striking features, eyes of pale silver that caught the morning light, and hair the color of midnight, adorned with small crystalline beads that resembled stars. "A tragedy, not a spectacle," Thorn corrected, though he couldn't help but notice how the stranger's gaze fixed not on where the bridge had been, but on his map case. "You're him, aren't you? The map maker who sees the flows?" It wasn't a question. Thorn tensed. His ability wasn't exactly a secret, but it wasn't widely discussed outside academic circles. "Who's asking?" "My name is Lunara," she said, offering a slight bow that seemed oddly formal for a merchant. "And I believe we share a common concern about the bridges." There was something in her accent, a musical lilt typical of the moon guardians of eastern Lumaris, that piqued Thorn's curiosity. The children of the sun from his homeland of Solara rarely interacted with moon guardians these days, their philosophical differences having widened into political tensions over the centuries. "And unless you're selling a solution to failing Starlight bridges, I doubt there's much a merchant can offer," he said, preparing to leave. "What if I told you the bridges aren't failing by accident?" Lunara's voice lowered. "And what if I told you I know where to find answers?" Before Thorn could respond, the distant sound of horns echoed across the floating island, the alarm call of the Sun Templars. On the opposite shore of the now unbridgeable gap, Armored figures with gleaming golden helms were gathering, pointing accusingly toward Lumaris. "Already they blame us," Lunara murmured, "just as our priestesses will soon blame them, but neither realm is responsible." "How can you be so certain?" Lunara fixed him with those unsettling silver eyes. "Because the Library of Etheria told me so. And I believe it will tell you more with your unique sight." The Library of Etheria was little more than legend, a repository of ancient knowledge said to have sunk beneath the endless mist during the cataclysm. If it existed at all, it had been lost for centuries. "You found Etheria?" Thorn couldn't hide his skepticism. "Not exactly," Lunara replied, "but I've found a way there." "The question is, Mapmaker, are you brave enough to see beyond the borders of your charts?" 3 days later, Thorn found himself clinging to the side of a crystalline skiff as it dove through the endless mist, guided by Lunara's expert hand. The vessel, crafted from materials he'd never seen before, responded to her touch with uncanny precision, its hull glowing with runes that somehow parted the otherwise impenetrable mist. "How much farther?" he called over the rush of wind. Below them was nothingness, or so most believed. The endless mist was considered the bottom of the world, the void left behind when the cataclysm had shattered Moria into floating fragments. "We're already there," Lunara answered, nodding toward what appeared at first to be merely a darker patch of mist ahead. As they approached, however, the silhouette of massive ruins materialized, impossible structures suspended in the void, neither rising to join the floating islands above, nor falling into the true abyss below. The true Etheria was destroyed, Lunara explained as their skiff docked against a partially collapsed terrace. "Ah, but this anchor point remains, a shadow of the great library cast across dimensions." As they disembarked, Thorn activated his sight and gasped. The ruins were alive with energy, not just the familiar golden glow of solar magic or the silver shimmer of lunar power, but something else entirely, a cosmic radiance that pulsed in patterns he'd never witnessed before. "What is this place?" he whispered in awe. "The truth of our history," Lunara answered, leading him deeper into the ruins. As they walked, she removed her merchant's cloak, revealing intricate silver robes beneath, the ceremonial garments of a high priestess of the Moon Guardians. "You're no merchant," Thorn observed, though he found himself unsurprised. "And you're more than a map maker," she countered. We all have our disguises in these suspicious times." The heart of the ruins contained a circular chamber with a shattered dome ceiling that opened to the mist. At its center stood a pedestal supporting what appeared to be a three-dimensional model of Moria before the cataclysm, a single unified continent rather than scattered islands. "The unbroken land," Thorn breathed, recognizing it from ancient texts. "Watch," Lunara instructed, placing her hands on either side of the model. Silver light flowed from her fingertips into the pedestal. The model shifted, the landmass fracturing and rising to mimic the current state of Moria. But then something unexpected happened. The space above the model darkened, forming what looked like a dome of energy encompassing the floating islands. And beyond that dome, vague shapes moved, sinuous, predatory forms circling the barrier. "The cataclysm wasn't a natural disaster," Lunara said softly. "It was a defense." Thorn stepped closer, directing his specialized sight at the model. The patterns suddenly aligned with those he'd been documenting for years. The bridges, the energy flows, even the positions of the islands themselves. "It's a containment spell," he realized. "The entire structure of our world is a prison," Lunara finished, "or rather a fortress. The ancients fractured the land and raised it into the sky to create a barrier against something they could not defeat. only delay. "The dragons of the void," Thorn whispered, remembering children's tales he'd long dismissed. Star dragons, as if in response to the name. The model's miniature dragons grew more agitated, their movements more purposeful. The dome flickered. "The great spell is failing," Lunara continued urgently. "The bridges aren't merely connections, they're conduits of power that maintain the barrier. Each one that falls weakens our protection further." "But why now? After 1,000 years?" Lunara's expression darkened. "Or because the children of the sun and the guardians of the moon have grown too distant. The spell requires balance, the unified power of both solar and lunar magic. As our peoples drift apart in suspicion and old grudges, so too does the magic that protects us all." A tremor shook the chamber, dislodging ancient dust from what remained of the ceiling. Above them, through the opening, Thorn could see something impossible. Stars, visible through the endless mist for the first time in living memory, but they were moving, coalescing into formations that resembled great winged serpents. "They sense the weakness," Lunara said, fear evident in her voice despite her composure. "We have less time than I thought." "What can we do?" Thorn asked, his mind racing. "Even if we convinced our leaders of this threat, generations of distrust can't be overcome immediately." Lunara turned to him, her silver eyes reflecting the celestial light from above. "Perhaps not, but we don't need to convince everyone, just enough to stabilize the central bridge, the axis of eternity. If we can channel sufficient harmonized energy through it, we might buy time to restore the others." Thorn unrolled his most detailed map, a comprehensive chart of all the energy flows he'd documented over the years. "Here," he said, pointing to the largest island at Moria's center, where the most powerful bridge once connected the main territories of the Sun Children and Moon Guardians. "The convergence point is strongest there. If anywhere has the potential to channel unified magic, it's the Axis. Then that's where we must go," Lunara nodded. "I can represent the lunar court. I am, after all, more than just a priestess. I am the princess heir of Lumaris." Thorn's eyes widened at this revelation, but he quickly regained his focus. "I have no royal blood, but I'm respected among the solar academies. Together, we might sway enough influential people on both sides." Another tremor, stronger this time, sent cracks racing through the chamber floor. Through the ceiling's gap, the star formations were unmistakably draconic now, their eyes like distant novas, hungry and ancient. "We must hurry," Lunara said, reaching for Thorn's hand, a gesture that would have been unthinkable between moon and sun only days before. Reel, the shadows between stars grow restless. As they raced back to the crystal skiff, Thorn glanced once more at the model behind them. In that moment, his unique sight revealed one final, crucial detail, a faint pattern of energy connecting the fragments of land, a pattern that matched the natural flows of magic between sun and moon, solar and lunar, golden and silver. It wasn't just balance the spell required, but harmony. Not merely coexistence, but cooperation, the very thing that had been lost in centuries of suspicion. "We will need to do more than convince," he said as they launched back into the mist. "We will need to demonstrate, to show what unified magic can accomplish." Above them, the first star dragon breached the weakening barrier, its celestial scales shedding light like a falling meteor. The battle for Moria's very existence had begun. But for the first time since the bridges started failing, Thorn felt something beyond fear or resignation. He felt hope, fragile as a bridge of starlight, yet powerful enough to unite worlds. Story 2. The sacred flame danced defiantly against the darkness, casting long shadows across the ancient stone walls of the Cyrenian temple. Its amber light had burned uninterrupted for 1,000 years, tended by generations of the devoted order of flame-bearers. Yet tonight, as acolyte Seraphina knelt before it during her midnight vigil, she sensed something different in its writhing tendrils, something almost desperate, as if the flame itself was trying to speak. Seraphina pushed back a strand of copper hair that had escaped her ceremonial hood. At 20 summers, she was the youngest of the current flame-bearers, having shown an uncommon affinity for fire magic even as a child. That affinity stirred now, whispering warnings she couldn't quite comprehend. Troubled tonight, little spark. The voice of Master Kalis echoed through the circular chamber as the elderly man approached, his crimson robes sweeping the polished obsidian floor. The flame senses your disquiet. It's not me, Master, Seraphina replied, her eyes never leaving the hypnotic dance of the fire. Something's wrong with the eternal flame itself. It's afraid. Kalis's weathered face remained impassive, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Nonsense. The sacred fire has burned since the founding. It does not fear. Before Seraphina could argue, the temple bells rang out, not the measured tones marking the hours, but a frantic, discordant clanging that signified emergency. Both flamekeepers rose instantly. "Stay here," Kalis commanded. "Protect the flame at all costs. It is our sacred duty." He hurried from the chamber, leaving Seraphina alone with the increasingly agitated fire. The flame's movements grew erratic, spitting embers that sizzled against the stone basin that contained it. Then came the screams, distant at first, then closer. The clash of steel against steel, the unmistakable sounds of battle within the sacred temple itself. Seraphina drew her ceremonial dagger, a token weapon more symbolic than practical, and positioned herself between the flame and the chamber's only entrance. When the massive doors burst open, she expected to see invaders. Instead, Master Kalis stumbled through, blood streaming from a wound in his side. "Run, child," he gasped, collapsing to his knees. "They've come for all of us." "Who has?" "Master, what's happening?" Seraphina rushed to his side, supporting his weight. "The prophecy, it begins," he managed, pressing something into her palm, a small crystal key that glowed with inner fire. "The High Priest has betrayed us all. Take the inner path. Find Eldrin's codex." Before she could question him further, a shadow fell across the doorway. A figure stepped into the light, Grand Inquisitor Malvus, the High Priest's most trusted enforcer. His ornate gold armor was spattered with fresh blood, and his eyes gleamed with fanatical purpose. "Two birds with one stone," he said smoothly. The old fool and the anomaly!" Kalis pushed Seraphina behind him with surprising strength. "Run!" he commanded. Then, turning to face Malvus, he began an incantation that made the very air shimmer with heat. Seraphina hesitated only a moment before darting toward a concealed door behind the flame's altar, a passage known only to the keepers of the midnight vigil. As she slipped through, she heard Kalis's final defiant roar, followed by an explosion of fire that shook the entire chamber. The secret passage closed behind her with a whisper of ancient magic, and Seraphina found herself plunging downward along a spiral staircase, the crystal key clutched tightly in her trembling hand. Its glow provided the only light in the otherwise pitch-black passage. She had no time to mourn her mentor or process what had happened. The sounds of pursuit already echoed behind her. Somehow they knew of this secret path as well. She ran until her lungs burned, descending deeper beneath the temple than she had ever gone before. The staircase eventually opened into a small chamber, dominated by a pedestal on which rested an ancient tome, bound in what appeared to be scaled leather. Eldrin's Codex, the sacred text that only the High Priest and his most trusted advisors were permitted to read. With the sounds of pursuit growing closer, Seraphina grabbed the book and sought an exit. There was only one, a narrow tunnel that led away from the temple. With no other choice, she plunged into the darkness. The tunnel emerged miles away, opening onto the edge of the Whispering Vale, a mist-shrouded forest that few entered willingly. Dawn was breaking, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the ancient trees, whose twisted trunks and branches resembled figures frozen in eternal agony. Seraphina paused to catch her breath and examine the items she'd brought from the temple. The crystal key, still faintly glowing, the codex, unexpectedly light for its size, and her ceremonial dagger, woefully inadequate for whatever dangers lay ahead. Opening the codex, she discovered to her frustration that much of it was written in an archaic script she couldn't decipher. However, certain passages were highlighted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood, and these were legible. And when the 1000th year approaches its end, the starfire shall wax in power, seeking escape from its prison of flame. The bearer of the mark shall be the key to its salvation or its final binding. A rustling in the underbrush interrupted her reading. Seraphina snapped the book shut and drew her dagger, knowing how useless it would be against a true threat. From the mist emerged not an enemy, but a wounded fox with fur the color of embers, its intelligent eyes fixed on her with unnatural awareness. When it limped toward her, she noticed an unusual marking around its neck, a pattern that matched the embossed design on the codex's cover. "A flame fox," she whispered in disbelief. The creatures were thought to be merely legend, spiritual guides said to appear to flame bearers in times of greatest need. The fox made a soft chirping sound and nudged her hand. The moment it touched her skin, pain lanced through Seraphina's arm, a burning sensation that spread rapidly across her shoulder and chest. She cried out, dropping to her knees as invisible fire seemed to etch itself into her flesh. When the pain subsided, she looked down to see an intricate map had appeared on her skin, glowing beneath her torn robes like embers beneath ash. The marking centered on her chest before branching outward along her arms in elegant flowing lines. The fox chirped again, more urgently, and darted a few paces toward the depths of the forest before looking back expectantly. "You want me to follow you?" Seraphina realized. "But where?" As if in answer, one of the lines on her skin map began to glow more brightly than the others, pointing deeper into the Whispering Vale. With no better option, Seraphina gathered her meager possessions and followed her mystical guide into the mist. 3 harrowing days later, Seraphina stood at the edge of the Frost Peak Mountains, the legendary barrier between the verdant lands of Moria and the desolate northern wastes. The fox had led her true, helping her avoid both natural dangers and the temple pursuers she occasionally glimpsed in the distance. Her skin map had changed as they traveled, certain paths fading while others brightened, always directing her northward. The codex, too, had slowly revealed more of its secrets. Each night, new passages became legible, telling a very different history of the Order of Flame Bearers than the one she had been taught. The eternal flame, far from being a divine blessing as she had always believed, was actually a prison, a mystical containment for an entity of unimaginable power called the Star Devourer. And the Order's true purpose was not worship but wardenship, maintaining the magical bonds that kept this cosmic horror imprisoned. Most disturbing of all was the revelation about the Red Equinox, a celestial event occurring once every 1,000 years when the magical barriers would be at their weakest. According to the Codex, that event was mere weeks away. As Seraphina contemplated the treacherous mountain path ahead, a sound like steel against stone drew her attention. Instinctively, she ducked behind a boulder, the fox vanishing into the underbrush. A lone rider emerged from a hidden mountain trail, his black armor absorbing what little sunlight reached this shadowed valley. The sigil on his breastplate, a phoenix rising from ashes, identified him immediately. "Ash Knight," Seraphina breathed, her hand moving to her useless dagger. The Ash Knights were the sworn enemies of the Flame Bearers, an order of warriors dedicated to destroying fire magic in all its forms. Their blades were said to be quenched in the blood of fire mages, capable of severing a person's connection to flame forever. The knight dismounted and, to Seraphina's surprise, removed his helmet. A young man's face was revealed, scarred but not much older than herself, with eyes the color of smoke and hair as white as bone. "I know you're there, Flame Bearer," he called, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "I've been tracking you since the Veil. If I meant you harm, you'd already be dead." Seraphina remained hidden, weighing her options. The fox reappeared at her side, surprising her by nudging her toward the knight rather than away. "My name is Riven," the knight continued, "and I believe we share a common enemy in High Priest Dravos." Cautiously, Seraphina emerged from her hiding place. Why would an Ash Knight care about temple politics? Because your High Priest isn't just planning a coup, he's trying to release the Star Devourer. Riven's gaze dropped to the glowing lines visible at Seraphina's throat. "And it seems you've been chosen to stop him." "Chosen? By whom?" "By the flame itself." Riven gestured to the mountain path. "But the containment crystal was shattered centuries ago to prevent anyone from ever opening the Star Devourer's prison. Its fragments were scattered across Moria, one guarded by your order, one by mine." He produced a shard of crystal identical in composition to Seraphina's key. "Our orders have been enemies for generations because half-truths are easier to maintain than the full, terrifying reality. But some of us remember our true purpose," the flame fox chirped, circling them both before sitting expectantly on the path leading up into the mountains. "The Eternal Forge lies beyond the Frost Peaks," Riven explained. "If the fragments of the containment crystal can be reunited and reforged before the Red Equinox, the prison can be strengthened for another 1,000 years." "And if we fail?" Seraphina asked, already suspecting the answer. "Then the Star Devourer awakens, and all of Moria burns." Seraphina looked down at the map, etched into her skin, then at the patient fox, and finally at the Ash Knight with his outstretched hand. "Then we have no time to waste," she said, accepting his help onto his steed. As they began the ascent into the Frost Peaks, the first crimson star appeared in the daylight sky, the harbinger of the Red Equinox, counting down to either Moria's salvation or its doom. Story 3. Blood stained the immaculate marble steps of the Crystal Throne, spreading outward in an accusing crimson pool around the fallen figure of King Thalon. Above him, the legendary seat of Azure Mist's power remained untouched, a massive structure carved from a single shard of celestial crystal, catching the dawn light streaming through the cathedral-like windows and fracturing it into 1,000 prismatic beams that danced across the royal court. Yet even as the court erupted into chaos, the throne seemed to pulse with an inner light of its own, as if somehow pleased by the death that had occurred before it. Captain Lysandra of the Royal Guard knelt beside her fallen king, fingers pressed against his neck in a futile search for life. Her weathered face remained stoic, but her eyes betrayed her grief as she gently closed the monarch's staring eyes. "The king is dead," she announced, her voice cutting through the panicked whispers. Then, with a meaningful glance toward Lord Chancellor Valerian, she added, "Assassinated by poison." Valerian stood motionless at the edge of the dais, his imposing figure draped in midnight blue robes adorned with silver constellations. His reputation for ruthless ambition and cold calculation had earned him both fear and respect throughout Azure Mist. Yet now, as all eyes turned to him, the man who stood to gain most from Thalon's death, his expression showed genuine shock. "Seal the palace," he commanded, his voice surprisingly steady. "No one enters or leaves until we determine the culprit." But even as the guards moved to obey, a murmur rippled through the court, a name spoken first in hushed tones, then with increasing certainty: Prince Caden, the exiled brother, the rightful heir. 3 weeks later, beyond the shimmering boundaries of Azure Mist's enchanted borders, Prince Caden stood atop the cliffs of the Stormwood Isles, his lean frame silhouetted against the turbulent sea. 5 years of exile had hardened him, weathered his once refined features, and taught him survival in ways the royal court never could. The conjuration sphere in his palm glowed sapphire blue, projecting the translucent image of Captain Lysandra. "Ooh, you must return, Your Highness," her projection insisted. "Lord Valerian moves quickly to consolidate power. Already the dream weavers whisper in the ears of the noble houses, claiming you orchestrated your brother's death from afar." "The dream weavers," Caden muttered, the name leaving a bitter taste. "Court mystics," they called themselves, advisors to the throne since time immemorial. It was their testimony that had seen him banished, accused of forbidden arcane practices, accusations manufactured to remove him after he'd begun asking uncomfortable questions about their influence over his brother. "Why should I return to those who exiled me?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Because despite everything, you love Azure Mist," Lysandra replied simply. "And because your brother's final act was to sign the decree recalling you from exile, he knew he was in danger, my prince. He wanted you to return." Caden closed his fist, dispersing the conjuration. The sea wind whipped his dark hair as he gazed across the churning waters toward the distant mainland. Home. The word still carried weight, despite everything. In the hidden pocket of his weathered cloak, an ancient key fashioned from the same material as the crystal throne grew warm against his chest, as if awakening from a long slumber. The city of Azure Mist rose from the landscape like a dream given physical form, 7 concentric tiers of gleaming white stone and living crystal, surrounded by waterfalls that cascaded into the rainbow-hued lake below. At its pinnacle stood the royal spire, where the crystal throne had sat for 1,000 years. Caden approached on foot, hood drawn against not just recognition, but the overwhelming brilliance of his homeland. 5 years away had made him forget how the city assaulted the senses. The air itself tasted of magic, ancient and potent. As he passed through the lower tiers, he noted subtle changes. The vibrant market squares seemed subdued. The ever-present luminary sprites that normally danced among the crystal-infused architecture were fewer, their light diminished. Something was draining the city's vitality. At the 5th tier, the Gate of Remembrance blocked his path, an archway of living stone that recognized all with royal blood. As he approached, the stone rippled, recognizing him despite his disguise. The carved faces embedded in the arch awoke, eyes opening to stare at him. "The prodigal returns," they intoned in unison, their voices carrying across the plaza and drawing all eyes to him. So much for a discreet entrance. Guards materialized instantly, surrounding him with spears of crystallized light. Yet before confrontation could ensue, a commanding voice cut through the tension. "Stand down." "The prince returns by royal decree." Lord Valerian descended the stairway before them, his tall frame straight as a blade, silver-streaked hair pulled back severely from a face that seemed carved from the same unyielding material as the throne itself. "Lord Chancellor," Caden acknowledged cautiously, "I didn't expect a personal welcome." "Nor I to give one," Valerian replied, eyes sweeping the crowded plaza. "But we have much to discuss and little time. Come." Not all ears here are friendly. The royal chambers remained, as Caden remembered, opulent yet tasteful, with windows that captured the ever-changing light of azure mist and transformed it into living art upon the walls. Yet Thalon's personal touches were already being erased, the room sanitized of his brother's presence. "You move quickly to remove my brother's memory," Caden observed coldly. "Oh, do not I," Valerian replied, closing the door and activating a series of arcane wards that shimmered briefly along the walls. "The Dream Weavers. They've been unusually eager to cleanse certain quarters. You speak of them as adversaries, yet you've worked alongside them for years. As did your father, and his father before him." Valerian moved to a concealed panel in the wall, revealing a hidden compartment from which he withdrew an ancient leather-bound tome. It was necessity, not choice. Some enemies must be kept close, especially when they hold a kingdom's fate in their grasp. He placed the book on the table between them. Its cover bore no title, only an embossed sigil showing a throne wrapped in chains. What your brother discovered, what got him killed, was the true purpose of the crystal throne. Valerian's voice lowered. "It is not merely a seat of power, Prince Caden. It is a prison." The secret passage descended beneath the palace, illuminated only by phosphorescent lichen that cast an eerie blue glow across the ancient stone. Caden followed Valerian through the twisting corridor, the revelations from the hidden text still resonating in his mind. The crystal throne, the symbol of Azure Mist's sovereignty for a millennium, was in truth a containment vessel for an entity of cosmic power, the Void Dreamer. They had named it in the text, a being of such vast consciousness that its mere thoughts could reshape reality, imprisoned eons ago by the kingdom's founders. The Dream Weavers are not court mystics," Valerian explained as they descended deeper. "They are the entity's acolytes, working across generations to free their master. The throne's power has kept the Void Dreamer contained, but that power must be renewed with each royal succession. And with Thalon dead and no successor crowned," Caden began. "The binding weakens daily," Valerian confirmed grimly. Already the entity's influence seeps into our world. The dimming of the city's light, the malaise among the people, these are but symptoms." They reached a massive door inscribed with the same sigil as the book. Valerian pressed his palm against it, but nothing happened. "I cannot open it," he admitted. "Only one of royal blood can enter the chamber of binding. Your brother discovered this chamber 3 months ago. What he saw inside convinced him to recall you from exile immediately." Caden approached the door cautiously. "Why would he turn to me? You were his trusted advisor." "Because of what you carry," Valerian said quietly. "The key your mother gave you before her death. The one thing the Dream Weavers could never find, no matter how thoroughly they searched." Caden's hand went automatically to the hidden pocket where the crystal key rested. "How did you know about this?" "Because I was the one who told your mother to give it to you, to hide it even from Thalon himself." A hint of emotion finally cracked Valerian's stoic facade. "I served your father before Thalon, and his father before him. 3 generations I've kept the secret, waiting for the one who might end this cycle." Caden withdrew the key, a shard of crystal identical in composition to the throne itself, warm to the touch and pulsing with inner light. "What cycle?" he asked, though part of him already suspected the answer. "The sacrifice of kings," Valerian replied solemnly. "The binding ritual requires royal blood. Your father, his father, all the way back to the first king, each gave their life willingly to renew the seal, passing the crown to their heir, who would one day do the same. And Thalon refused when he learned the truth. He believed there must be another way. The dream weavers killed him before he could find it, or before you could return." Caden pressed the key to the door, which recognized its counterpart instantly. Ancient mechanisms awakened, gears turning within the stone as the massive portal began to swing inward. "Why help me?" Caden asked, turning back to the man he'd long considered an enemy. "You could have taken the throne yourself." A bitter smile touched Valerian's lips. "The throne accepts only those of royal blood. Without a legitimate ruler, the binding fails completely." "I am many things, Prince Caden, but I am not so ambitious as to desire rule over a kingdom consumed by chaos incarnate." Beyond the opening door, a vast chamber revealed itself, circular, with the foundations of the crystal throne visible in its center, descending from the palace above like a massive stalactite of pure, radiant crystal. But unlike the brilliant throne above, these roots pulsed with darkness, veins of shadow writhing within the translucent material. And surrounding the throne's foundations, embedded in the chamber floor, was an intricate binding circle inscribed with runes that glowed with fading power. "The seal weakens," Valerian observed tensely. "May we have perhaps days before it fails entirely?" "And the ritual requires royal blood," Caden stated. "The implications clear. My blood." "Yes, unless we find the alternative your brother believed exists." Valerian's gaze met his directly. "I've spent decades studying the ancient texts, searching for another way. There are, theories." A tremor shook the chamber, dust raining from the ceiling as the crystal foundations pulsed ominously. Within the darkened veins, Caden could almost perceive a face, vast and alien, pressing against the barrier of its prison. "First, we must secure your claim to the throne," Valerian said urgently. "The coronation ritual will temporarily strengthen the binding, buying us time, but the Dreamweavers will oppose us at every turn." "Then let them come," Caden replied, the key in his hand flaring to life in response to his resolve. "I did not return from exile to sacrifice myself on the same altar as my forefathers. There is always another way." As if in answer to his defiance, the crystal foundations pulsed once more, but this time, amid the writhing darkness, a thread of pure light emerged, reaching toward him like a tendril of hope. In the heart of azure mist, beneath the weight of 1,000 years of secret sacrifice, Prince Caden grasped not just a key to power, but perhaps to liberation as well. Story 4. The silver moon hung low over the village of Riverbrook, its light catching on the frost that crept across thatched roofs like delicate lace. All seemed peaceful in this remote corner of the Moravan Empire, until the night shattered with screams. They came from the woods, twisted creatures with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with an unnatural hunger. Villagers fled from their homes as the beasts descended upon Riverbrook, tearing through wooden doors as if they were parchment. In the humble cottage at the edge of the settlement, 17-year-old Lyra Thorne awoke to the chaos, her grandmother shaking her desperately. "To run, child," the old woman urged, pressing a worn leather pouch into Lyra's hands. "Take the eastern path. Don't look back." "I won't leave you," Lyra protested, but her grandmother's weathered face hardened with resolve. "You must. They've come for you, not us." The old woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I always knew this day would come. The blood of Eldrath cannot remain hidden forever. Before Lyra could demand explanation, a crash sounded from their front door. Her grandmother pushed her toward the back window. "Remember who you are," were her final words. Lyra fled into the night, the creature's howls harmonizing with the villagers' screams behind her. The leather pouch bounced against her hip as she ran, its contents clinking softly. Confusion and terror drove her forward until a massive shadow blocked her path. One of the forest abominations, its body a grotesque fusion of insect and reptile. The creature lunged. Lyra raised her hands instinctively in defense. What happened next defied everything she had been taught. A surge of energy erupted from her palms, brilliant blue light that sliced through the darkness. The creature shrieked as the light engulfed it, its form dissolving into ash that scattered on the night wind. Lyra stared at her hands in horror and wonder. Magic, the forbidden art, the evil that had nearly destroyed the world during the Great Devastation 3 centuries ago. And she had wielded it as naturally as breathing. Distant torches appeared on the road from the imperial city, the distinctive crimson flames of the Emperor's witch hunters. Their arrival was no coincidence. Somehow they had known. With nowhere else to turn, Lyra plunged into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a place of legend and nightmare that no sane person would enter willingly. Behind her, Riverbrook burned. Before her lay uncertainty, and perhaps answers to questions she hadn't known to ask. 3 days later, Lyra stumbled deeper into the ancient woods, exhaustion clouding her mind. The Forbidden Forest had earned its ominous reputation. Massive trees with bark like obsidian rose, hundreds of feet into the air, their canopies blocking all but the most determined sunlight. Strange sounds echoed among the twisted trunks, whispers that seemed almost like words, just beyond comprehension. She had opened her grandmother's pouch to find a curiously carved stone pendant and a small leather-bound book written in a script she couldn't decipher. Their meaning remained as mysterious as her newfound power, which had manifested twice more when forest predators had threatened her. Each use left her weaker, her body unused to channeling such energy. Now, as fatigue overwhelming her, Lyra collapsed at the base of an enormous tree whose roots formed a natural shelter. "The magic will consume you if you cannot control it," a voice observed from the shadows. "Your ancestors understood this. Pity their wisdom died with them." Lyra scrambled backward, hands raised defensively. From beneath a neighboring tree emerged an old man, his beard as grey as storm clouds, eyes the color of burnished gold. He leaned heavily on a gnarled staff carved with symbols similar to those in her book. "Who are you?" she demanded. "How do you know about the power you carry?" "The legacy of Eldrath." The old man's mouth curved in what might have been a smile. "I know many things, child, including the fact that you are being hunted by more than just the Emperor's men." As if summoned by his words, a distant howl echoed through the forest. The same unearthly sound from the night Riverbrook was attacked. "The Abyssal Ones have caught your scent," the old man said matter-of-factly. "So your uncontrolled magic calls to them like a beacon. Come, my dwelling isn't far." Against her better judgment, Lyra followed. What choice did she have? The hermit's home was a surprise, not the crude hut she expected, but a structure grown from living trees, their branches woven together to form walls and ceiling. Inside, shelves overflowed with books and curious artifacts. A central hearth burned with flames that shifted between blue and violet. "You have questions," the old man stated, gesturing for her to sit, "as did your mother when she came to me, carrying you in her womb, fleeing the Emperor's purge." "My mother?" Lyra's voice caught. She had never known her parents, raised instead by the woman she had called grandmother, Ilara of House Eldrath, last of the Mage King's bloodline, until you. He touched the pendant she wore. This stone is dragonfire crystal, formed in the breath of the great worms who once allied with your ancestors. It will help focus your abilities until you learn proper control. You speak of magic as if it's not evil, Lyra said cautiously, having been raised on imperial doctrine that painted all arcane arts as corrupt. The old man's laugh was surprisingly rich. Magic is no more evil than fire or water. It is a force of nature, dangerous when untamed, powerful when mastered. His expression sobered. The great devastation was not caused by magic itself, but by what magic was keeping at bay. He opened a worn tome, revealing illustrations of creatures identical to those that had attacked Riverbrook, the abyssal ones, ancient entities that hunger for our world. For centuries, the Mage Kings of Eldrath maintained the wards that kept them confined to their realm. But Emperor Malthus, in his fear of power he couldn't control, slaughtered the Mage Kings and outlawed all magic. Without the wards, Lyra began. They weaken, the hermit confirmed. Each year, more creatures slip through, at first only in the remote corners of the Empire, but their incursions grow bolder. The attack on your village was no accident. They sense the blood of Eldrath. But what can I do? You are the last scion of the most powerful magical bloodline in Moria's history, the old man interrupted firmly. And whether you wish it or not, a war 3 centuries in the making has found you. Months passed in the heart of the Forbidden Forest as Lyra trained under the hermit's guidance. The pendant helped channel her innate abilities, which grew stronger daily. She learned to create shields of arcane energy, to heal minor wounds, to communicate with the ancient spirits that dwelled among the trees. She also learned more about her teacher. Though he maintained his human appearance, Lyra gradually realized the truth. The ancient eyes that sometimes flashed with reptilian pupils, the unusual heat that radiated from him, the scales occasionally visible at his wrists when his sleeves rode up. "You're a dragon," she stated one evening, not as a question but a realization. The hermit, who had told her to call him Viridian, inclined his head slightly. "And get the last of the elder worms who allied with House Eldrath when the purge came. I swore to your mother I would watch over her line until the time was right. Right for what? For the restoration of balance." Their conversation was interrupted by an unfamiliar sound. The jangling of armor and harsh commands of men, imperial soldiers, in the Forbidden Forest. The witch hunters had found them. Viridian's expression darkened. "We are not yet ready, but it seems events move faster than anticipated. Take the eastern path to the Whispering Caverns. I will deal with our visitors." But Lyra hesitated, peering through the trees at the approaching soldiers. At their head walked a young man whose bearing marked him as nobility, though he wore the same armor as his men. Something in his features struck her as familiar. "That's Prince Darian," Viridian confirmed, following her gaze. "The Emperor's son and heir. Interesting that he leads this hunt personally." Before either could say more, a bone-chilling howl cut through the forest, followed by another, then a dozen more. Between the Imperial soldiers and the hermit's dwelling, the underbrush began to writhe with approaching forms. "The abyssal ones," Viridian hissed. "They've followed the soldiers." Lyra watched in horror as creatures erupted from the forest floor, falling upon the Imperial party with terrible speed. The soldiers fought bravely, but were quickly overwhelmed. Only the prince maintained his ground, his sword flashing with unexpected effectiveness against the monsters. His blade, Viridian observed with surprise. "That's moonfire steel, a weapon forged to fight the abyss." Where would the son of Malthus obtain such a thing? Making a split-second decision, Lyra channeled her power through the pendant as Viridian had taught her. Blue light blazed from her hands, forming a protective barrier that expanded outward, encompassing the beleaguered prince and his few remaining men. The creatures recoiled from her magic, giving the Imperials a moment's respite. Prince Darian's eyes locked with hers across the clearing, first with shock, then with something more complex. "We must speak," he called out, his voice carrying a note of urgency beyond the immediate danger. "I don't come as your enemy." More abyssal creatures were emerging from the forest depths. Lyra looked to Viridian, who sighed heavily. "It appears the prophecy unfolds in unexpected ways," the dragon in disguise muttered. "Bring them inside, quickly. We haven't much time." The wounded Imperial soldiers huddled uncertainly in Viridian's dwelling, while their prince stood before Lyra with an expression of wonder. "All my life, I was taught magic was the great evil," Prince Darian said, sheathing his curious blade. "Yet I witnessed you save my men with that same power." "Why are you hunting me?" Lyra demanded. "I'm not hunting you. I'm seeking you." He withdrew a scroll bearing the Imperial seal. 3 weeks ago, creatures like those outside breached the capital itself. My father, Emperor Malthus, was gravely wounded. As he lay dying, he confessed a truth kept from me my entire life, that our family's rise to power came through the betrayal of House Eldrath. The prince unfurled the scroll, revealing a map with markings similar to those in Lyra's book. He gave me this and spoke of a prophecy. When the abyss hungers again, only the last blood of Eldrath can renew the ancient pact. Viridian moved forward, his human disguise slipping momentarily to reveal golden scales beneath. The Emperor acknowledges his family's crime after 3 centuries. If the prince was startled by this partial transformation, he concealed it well. My father was many things, but in his final moments, he placed Moria's survival above pride. The Imperial city is now besieged by these abyssal ones, the barriers between worlds thin by the day. The pact he spoke of, Viridian explained, was between the dragons, the mage kings of Eldrath, and the elemental spirits of Moria itself. Together, they created the Great Ward that sealed the abyss. It requires all 3 powers, freely given. But the dragons are gone, Lyra said. The mage kings slaughtered, and the elemental spirits have retreated from human lands. Not entirely gone, Viridian corrected, allowing his transformation to complete. His human form gave way to burnished scales and ancient eyes, his size expanding until he had to stoop beneath the enchanted ceiling of his dwelling. The Imperial soldiers gasped, reaching for weapons. "I am Viridian Flameheart, last of the Elder Worms," the dragon announced. "And you, Lyra, are the last Mage Queen of Eldrath." Prince Darian, to his credit, recovered quickly from the shock. He knelt before Lyra, offering his sword hilt first. "Udras, then I, heir to the throne that betrayed your family, pledge my service to restore what my ancestors destroyed." Through the walls of the dwelling, the howls of abyssal ones grew louder, more numerous. The very air seemed to thicken with malevolence. Lyra looked from the dragon who had mentored her to the prince who sought redemption, then down at the pendant that connected her to a legacy she was only beginning to understand. The magic within her stirred, responding to her resolve. "The past cannot be undone," she said finally, "but the future remains unwritten. If there is to be a renewal of the ancient pact, it begins with us, here, now." She placed her hand on Darian's offered sword, and the dragonfire crystal at her throat blazed to life like a newborn star, its light a defiance against the darkness that pressed in from all sides. In the heart of the forbidden forest, as the forces of the abyss gathered for assault, an unlikely alliance took its first fragile steps toward restoring the balance that had been shattered 3 centuries before. The last daughter of Eldrath, a dragon of ancient power and the son of their enemy, united against a threat greater than the old hatreds that had divided them. Story 5. The executioner's cliff stood stark against the blood-red sunset, its jagged edge a blade poised at the throat of the heavens. Below, the restless waves of the midnight sea crashed against black stone, eager to claim the condemned. Lord Elric Nightblade, once commander of the Royal Crimson Guard, now stood at the precipice in chains of silverwood, metal that gleamed like moonlight but burned against his skin, dampening the shadow magic that flowed in his veins. Behind him, the assembled nobles of the 5 provinces watched in solemn silence. The royal decree of banishment had been read, the false charges of treason proclaimed for all to witness. The king himself was absent, too ill, or perhaps too cowardly, to watch his most loyal defender cast into exile. "Any final words, traitor?" asked Duke Vexus, the king's newly appointed archmage. The man's voice dripped with false solemnity, but his amber eyes gleamed with triumph barely concealed. Elric turned, silver chains clinking, to face the kingdom he had protected for 20 years. His gaze passed over each noble until it found the only face that mattered, Lady Selenis, her platinum hair catching the dying light, her eyes meeting his with a message only he could read: "Trust the shadows. Follow the ravens. Find the sword. I will return," Elric said simply, his voice carrying across the cliff top. "When Morian Thar needs me most, I will answer." Without waiting for permission, he stepped backward off the cliff, his tall frame disappearing into the mist below. Duke Vexus peered over the edge, satisfaction curving his thin lips. "Not even the legendary Shadow Knight could survive that fall," he declared. "The traitor is dead. Long live the king!" But in the darkness beneath the waves, Elric's chains dissolved into wisps of shadow as the old magic awakened within him, a power he had long suppressed in service to a kingdom that feared what it did not understand. 3 years later, the valley town of Ravenspire huddled beneath a sky heavy with unnatural storm clouds. The once prosperous trading post at the edge of the Whispering Woods now stood half abandoned, its remaining inhabitants drawn to the marketplace where a hooded storyteller spoke of dark tidings. "The spectral army grows stronger with each passing night," the old woman intoned, her audience leaning forward despite themselves. "The ancient barrows in the northern reaches have emptied, the vengeful dead marching toward the capital. 3 provincial towns have already fallen to mist and shadow." "Superstitious nonsense," declared a patrolling royal guard, though his hand rested nervously on his sword hilt. "Return to your homes. The king forbids talk of specters and curses." The crowd dispersed reluctantly, but one figure remained, a travel-worn man with a weathered face partially concealed by a salt and pepper beard. A worn cloak concealed most of his tall frame, though attentive eyes might notice the quality of his boots or the unusual hilt of the dagger at his belt. "You should heed the guard's warning, stranger," the storyteller said once they were alone. "These are dangerous times for those who speak of shadows." "And yet you do," replied Elric Nightblade, lowering his hood. "At great risk to yourself, Lady Selenis." The old woman's features shimmered like heat over stone, revealing the elegant, though now careworn, face of the noblewoman who had given him his last instructions 3 years ago. "You've returned, just as the first signs appeared," she said, relief evident in her voice. "The portal of shadows stirs." The protective wards your ancestors established have weakened under Vexus's influence. The king still lives then. In body only, Selenis replied grimly. His mind fades daily, manipulated by Vexus's healing potions. The Archmage rules in all but name, systematically removing those loyal to the crown while weakening the ancient protections of the realm. Elric's jaw tightened. I've spent 3 years searching for answers in the forgotten places of Moria and Thar, the Obsidian Library of Khaldum, the Oracle Pools of Tir Ilion, all confirm what I feared. Vexus is no mere ambitious courtier. He's a vessel for something ancient and terrible. The spectral army is just the beginning, Selenis agreed. The portal must be sealed again, and only one artifact has that power. The Sword of Orion, Elric nodded. My family's legacy, hidden when shadow magic became feared rather than honored. I know where it lies, in the Temple of Silent Stars, beyond the Frostfall Mountains. A perilous journey, even for you. One I won't make alone. Elric glanced toward the Whispering Woods. There are still those in the realm who remember the old alliances, before fear turned wisdom to superstition. Dawn found Elric deep within the ancient forest, following a path only visible to those with shadow-touched sight. The massive trees here grew so close together that their canopies formed a cathedral ceiling hundreds of feet overhead, allowing only dappled emerald light to reach the forest floor. He stopped in a perfect circular clearing where white stones protruded from the moss-covered ground, in a pattern that mirrored the constellation of the Guardian. Kneeling, he pressed his palm to the central stone. By shadow and starlight, by ancient pact and blood right way, I call upon the guardians of the Vale, he intoned, his voice resonating with power long suppressed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the clearing filled with ravens, hundreds of them, materializing from the shadows between trees. Their glossy black feathers absorbed the dim light as they circled, creating a living whirlwind that gradually coalesced into a towering figure. The Raven Lord stood 9 feet tall, his form shifting between man and bird, garbed in feathers and shadow. His eyes gleamed like twin stars in a face both ancient and ageless. Elric Nightblade. The being's voice rustled like wings in darkness. The last of the Shadow Knights calls upon us after generations of silence. I come seeking the alliance that once existed between your people and mine, Elric replied, remaining kneeled. The portal of shadows weakens, the spectral army rises. And where were you when our sacred groves were felled? When humans declared us myth and monster, there was ancient pain in the Raven Lord's voice. Deceived, as were all people of Moria and Thar. Elric rose slowly. Vexus serves the Void Whisperer, the entity my ancestors imprisoned behind the portal. He has poisoned the kingdom against all old magic to weaken our collective defenses. The Raven Lord's form rippled, countless wings folding and unfolding as he considered Elric's words. "Now show me the mark of your lineage," he commanded finally. Elric removed his glove, revealing a palm etched with a silvery sigil, a crescent moon intersected by a blade. "We remember this sign," the Raven Lord acknowledged. "What do you seek of us? Safe passage through the Frostfall Mountains and guidance to the Temple of Silent Stars, where the Sword of Orion waits." The great being's eyes narrowed to pinpoints of light. "But that blade has slept for 5 centuries, since your ancestor Veilrig used it to create the portal's seal. Awakening it requires sacrifice. I'm prepared to pay whatever price is necessary. Are you?" The Raven Lord's form expanded, darkness spreading like wings across the clearing. "The sword will test your heart. If it finds you wanting, your soul will join the spectral legions you seek to defeat." Elric did not flinch from that piercing gaze. and then we shall see if my heart is worthy of my ancestors' legacy. The journey through the Frostfall Mountains would have been impossible without the ravens. They guided Elric through treacherous passes and hidden valleys, their shadowy forms shielding him from the witch wolves that prowled the higher slopes, with eyes that burned like balefire. On the seventh day, as a blue-white moon rose over the highest peak, they reached a sheer cliff face, unmarked by any visible entrance. Yet Elric felt the pull of ancient magic, a resonance with the shadow power in his blood. Beyond this barrier lies the Temple of Silent Stars, explained the raven, who had been his primary guide, a bird larger than its kin, with a single white feather upon its breast. Only shadow can reveal shadow. Elric understood. Centering himself, he summoned the magic he had suppressed for so long in service to a kingdom that feared it. Darkness gathered around his hands, not as an absence of light, but as a tangible force, the primordial shadow that had existed before light was born. He pressed his shadow-wreathed palms against the stone. The cliff face rippled like water, then parted, revealing a passage that descended into the mountain's heart. The ravens remained outside. "Today, we cannot enter the sacred temple," the white-feathered raven explained. "This journey you must complete alone. Remember, the sword will know your true purpose." Elric nodded his thanks before stepping into the passage, which sealed itself behind him. The Temple of Silent Stars was aptly named. The vast underground chamber opened above, into the night sky, though Elric knew that was impossible, given the mountain above. Yet there they were, constellations unlike any in the mortal realm, stars that pulsed with living light, illuminating the circular chamber with silver radiance. At the center stood a simple stone altar, and upon it rested a sword in a black scabbard. The Sword of Orion, the legendary blade that could sever the ties between worlds, sealing breaches in the veil between realms. As Elric approached, a figure materialized before the altar, a spectral guardian in ancient armor, bearing the same sigil that marked Elric's palm. "Who seeks the blade of binding?" the guardian demanded, its voice echoing from centuries past. "Elric Nightblade, descendant of Vaelric the Shadowbound," he answered formally. "Why do you seek this power?" Here was the test the Raven Lord had warned of. Elric could feel the temple's magic probing his intentions, searching for deception or hubris. "To seal the portal of shadows once more," he replied truthfully, "to protect Morian Thar from the Void Whisperer and its servant Vexus. Even though Morian Thar cast you out, branded you traitor." The Guardian's spectral eyes narrowed. Many would seek vengeance rather than salvation. Elric's thoughts turned to the cliff of his exile, to the false accusations, and the kingdom that had rejected him despite his years of loyal service. For a moment, anger flared within him, but only for a moment. "The people were deceived," he said finally, "as was I, for too long. Morian Thar is more than its current rulers or nobles. It is the land itself, and the generations who will come after. They deserve a future unclaimed by shadow." The Guardian studied him, and Elric felt judgment in that gaze, not just of his words, but of the heart behind them. Then the spectral figure nodded once and faded, leaving the path to the altar clear. When Elric's hand closed around the sword's hilt, visions flooded his mind, the ritual that would seal the portal, the true nature of Vexus's plans, and most surprisingly, his own place in an ancient prophecy that had been systematically erased from Morian Thar's records. The Sword of Orion came free from the altar with a sound like a perfect musical note. Its blade gleamed not with steel, but with captured starlight, runes of binding and banishment etched along its length. "The Guardian of Light," Elric whispered, the title appearing in his mind as if the sword itself had spoken. His false accusation of treason, his exile, all had been necessary steps to position him beyond Vexus's influence until the time was right. 1 month later, as midsummer night descended upon the capital city of Lysithtareth, the spectral army gathered at its gates. Green mist rolled through the streets as panicked citizens barricaded themselves inside. In the royal citadel, Duke Vexus stood before an archway of obsidian and silver in the deepest vault beneath the castle, the Portal of Shadows, its surface now rippling like disturbed water as the barrier between worlds thinned. "At last," Vexus whispered, his amber eyes now darkened to bottomless pits. "After centuries of preparation, the way opens. Come forth, my master." A tendril of absolute darkness extended from the portal, caressing Vexus's face with terrible intimacy. The Archmage's body began to transform, growing and twisting as the entity he had served attempted to manifest through him. The vault doors burst open. Ildric Nightblade entered, the sword of Orion gleaming in his hand. Behind him came Lady Selenis with the royal guard who remained loyal to the crown, and most surprisingly, a flock of ravens that shifted between bird and shadow form. "You are too late, Shadow Knight," Vexus laughed, his voice now layered with another, more terrifying one. "The Void Whisperer awakens. Morian Thar will be consumed." "No." Elric raised the sword, which blazed with starfire. "Your master was imprisoned once. It shall be again, but this time with no chance of return." What followed was a battle not just of blades, but of wills and ancient magics. As the royal guards engaged the spectral sentinels Vexus had positioned in the vault, Aelric and the transformed Archmage clashed in a dance of light and shadow. The sword of Orion sang through the air, each strike driving Vexus back toward the portal he had worked so long to open. At the critical moment, with Vexus on the threshold of defeat, the Archmage played his final gambit. With inhuman speed, he seized Lady Selenis, holding her as a shield between himself and Aelric. "Strike now and she dies with me," Vexus taunted. "Could you make that sacrifice, Shadow Knight?" "For a kingdom that branded you traitor," Aelric hesitated, the sword poised. In that moment, Selenis met his eyes with the same unwavering gaze she had shown on the executioner's cliff 3 years before. "Remember the prophecy," she said calmly. "The Guardian rises from shadow to light." Understanding passed between them. With a movement almost too swift to follow, Aelric plunged the sword not directly at Vexus, but into his own shadow cast upon the floor, a shadow that connected to all others in the chamber. The sword of Orion flared like a newborn sun. Shadow magic, long feared, long misunderstood, revealed its true nature as the perfect counterbalance to the void. The blade's power surged through Aelric's shadow, through Vexus's, and into the portal itself. With a sound like the world tearing, the portal of shadows collapsed in upon itself, pulling Vexus and the entity he served into a prison from which there would be no escape. When the blinding light faded, the obsidian archway stood empty and inert, its surface now solid stone. In the city above, the spectral army dissolved like mist before morning sun. Eldric sheathed the sword of Orion and turned to face those who had fought alongside him, Lady Selenis, the loyal guards, the Raven Lord in his majestic shadow form. The king's illness would fade with Vexus's influence removed. The 5 provinces would need time to heal from the deceptions that had divided them. "The true traitor is vanquished," Selenis declared, her voice carrying the authority of the crown's own emissary. Lord Elric Nightblade stands revealed as Morian Thar's guardian, just as the ancient prophecies foretold. As if in answer, the first light of dawn broke through the vault's high windows, illuminating the Shadow Knight who had embraced both darkness and light to save a kingdom that had once rejected him. In that moment, With the sword of Orion at his side and the shadows yielding to a new day, Lord Elric Nightblade stood not as a traitor returned, but as a legend reborn. Story 6. In the glimmering depths of Moria, where ancient stone met forgotten knowledge, the chains binding the most dangerous books rattled softly. The sound echoed through the labyrinthine corridors of the chained archives, a warning unheeded by all but those who knew the true power of words, and Ilara Nightshade knew this power better than most. Her fingers trembled as they hovered over the weathered spine of a tome older than the kingdom itself. Unlike the other scribes, who merely copied texts, never questioning their content, Ilara heard the whispers. She heard the songs. "You shouldn't be here," a voice murmured from the darkness. The book before her, Lamentations of the First Age, fell silent as Master Archivist Baldric emerged from between towering shelves. "These sections are restricted even to senior scribes." "I was cataloguing the new acquisitions, Master," Ilara replied, gesturing to the cart of recently confiscated volumes. Her lie hung heavy between them. In truth, she had been following the faintest melody, a thread of music that seemed to weave through the oldest sections of the archive. Baldric's ancient eyes narrowed. "See that you finish before the ascending bell. The Inquisition conducts inspections tonight." When his footsteps faded, Ilara pressed her palm against the book's cover. The whispers returned instantly, a mournful ballad of cities long fallen, of truths buried beneath the glory of modern Moria. The words pulsed against her skin, desperate to be heard after centuries of silence. "This is why I was chosen as a scribe," she thought, not for her penmanship or memory, but for this rare gift that made her both precious and dangerous. Since childhood, Ilara had heard the voices of written words, prose that laughed, histories that wept, prophecies that screamed warnings into the void. Only here, among the forbidden texts chained to their eternal prison, did she find the most haunting songs of all. The ascending bell tolled, its resonance shaking dust from ancient bindings. Reluctantly, Ilara gathered her materials, but as she turned to leave, a new sound reached her. Not the gentle murmur of ancient texts, but a piercing, desperate cry, a book calling out in terror. Following the sound, she reached the innermost sanctum of the archives, where the most forbidden knowledge was kept. The massive iron door stood ajar, an impossibility, as only the Grand Inquisitor himself possessed the key. Inside, a hooded figure bent over a glass case, the gleaming dagger in their hand, pressing against the lock. "Stop!" Ilara cried without thinking. The figure whirled, face obscured by an ornate silver mask, the mark of the silent court, advisors to the immortal emperor himself. Before Ilara could retreat, the intruder shattered the case, seizing a small leather-bound book with pages that seemed to ripple like water, even at a distance. "The Songs of Creation," Ilara whispered, recognizing the legendary text from descriptions in 100 other books. The tome that was said to contain the original words that shaped reality itself. The masked figure hesitated for only a moment, then tossed a vial to the ground. Green smoke billowed forth, and by the time it cleared, both thief and book had vanished, leaving only the shattered case behind. Alarms rang through the archives moments later. Heavy boots pounded stone as the Inquisition's guards swarmed the chambers. Ilara knew she should run, should hide, but remained frozen before the violated sanctum. "Seize her!" The command cut through the chaos as Inquisitor Kale strode forward, his crimson robes billowing behind him. Tall and austere, with eyes like chips of winter ice. He pointed one gloved finger at Ilara. "The thief's accomplice." "No." "I tried to stop." Her protests died as guards seized her arms. A scribe with access, conveniently present during the theft of our most sacred relic. Kale's voice dropped to a whisper as he leaned close. I know what you are, Ilara Nightshade. I've watched you commune with the texts, a guardian of words after all these years. Terror seized her heart. The Guardians were legends, hunted to extinction centuries ago for their ability to discern truth in texts and, more dangerously, to give life to written words through their voice. If Kale knew this secret, her fate was sealed. Take her to the questioning chambers, Kyle ordered. But first, search her quarters. Find that book. Escape came unexpectedly, in the form of a mournful melody. As guards transported her through the lower city, a street performer's haunting ballad caused a distraction. Only when the performer winked at her through the ensuing chaos did Ilara realize it was no coincidence. The name's Thorn, the bard said later, as they fled through Moria's forgotten undercity. Tall and lean, with eyes that contained too much sadness for his youthful face, he strummed melodies that seemed to bend shadows around them. And contrary to what you're thinking, I didn't rescue you out of the goodness of my heart. Then why? Ilara asked, struggling to keep pace. Because we need what only a guardian can provide. He gestured to a hidden doorway, beyond which waited a slender figure with amber eyes that reflected candlelight too perfectly to be human. This is Lyra, Thorn said of the woman who seemed to shift slightly with each movement, as though her form couldn't quite decide what shape to hold. Like me, she keeps stories that have never been written down. Lyra's voice flowed like water over river stones. For millennia, our kind's preserved balance. Your guardians kept written knowledge honest. We shift singers maintained the oral traditions. Then the Great Purge came, and the immortal Emperor's scholars began their work. What work? Ilara asked, though dread already coiled within her. Thorn's fingers struck a dissonant chord. Rewriting history, not just in books, in reality itself. Lyra nodded gravely. We've tracked their activities for centuries. A secret faction known as the Eternal Quill has been systematically altering Moria's history through enchanted manuscripts. With each revision, reality itself shifts to accommodate the changes. That's impossible, Ilara whispered. But even as she spoke, memories flickered strangely in her mind, contradictory histories, monuments that seemed both ancient and newly built. Is it? Thorn challenged. Haven't you ever noticed inconsistencies in the texts? Histories that don't quite align? The songs of books fighting against their altered contents. She had, 1,000 times, texts that wept as she transcribed their lies, histories that begged to tell different tales. The Eternal Quill's greatest achievement was creating the myth of the immortal emperor and his glorious empire, Lyra continued. Oh, but the Songs of Creation contains the original verse, the one song that can unravel all their fabrications and restore true reality. That's why they stole it, Ilara realized. Not to use it, but to destroy it, Thorn finished, and they'll succeed unless we recover it first. Their journey across a steadily unraveling Moria revealed a kingdom slipping into chaos. Borders between districts disappeared overnight. Creatures from ancient legends, thought merely symbolic in imperial iconography, manifested in the streets. The whispers of books grew louder everywhere, a cacophony of contested realities fighting to be heard. Guided by Ilara's ability to hear the call of the stolen book, they tracked it to the Imperial Observatory, a towering spire of crystal and steel where the boundary between word and world was thinnest. We're too late, Lyra gasped as they reached the observatory's summit. Before them stood Inquisitor Kale, silver mask now revealed beneath his hood, surrounded by robed scholars. At the center of their circle lay the Songs of Creation, open upon a burning altar. You don't understand what you're destroying, Ilara cried. Kyle turned, unsurprised. I understand perfectly. Guardian, I hear the songs too. His voice softened. Ah, but some truths should remain buried. The world the original verse would restore is not the paradise you imagine. It's still the truth, Thorn countered, his fingers finding notes that made the very air vibrate. Truth? Kyle laughed bitterly. The truth is that Moria was once a desolate wasteland ruled by entities that viewed humanity as livestock. The eternal quill didn't invent an empire. We created a chance for humanity to survive. As he spoke, the book's burning pages released shimmering words that briefly took form in the air, glimpses of a world both terrifying and beautiful, where massive crystalline beings communed with forests that walked, where humans lived in harmony with powers beyond comprehension. Ilara felt the song calling to her. Not begging for salvation, as she'd expected, but offering a choice. Step aside, Kyle warned, drawing a blade etched with text that writhed like living things. I've hunted the last guardians for decades. I won't let our work be undone. You're a guardian too, Ilara realized suddenly. That's how you found me. Something like regret flickered across his face. The last of the original order, who understood the necessary sacrifice. The confrontation erupted in a clash of sword against Thorn's sound magic, while Lyra shifted between forms with dizzying speed. But it was Ilara who reached the altar, her hands hovering over the burning book as words leapt from the flames into her very being. In that moment, she understood. The songs of creation offered neither perfect truth nor comfortable lies, only the power to choose which reality would prevail. As the final battle raged around her, Ilara began to sing. Not the original verse that would erase the empire, nor the imperial anthem that would cement the fabrication. Instead, she wove together fragments of both, creating a third path, a hymn of reconciliation that acknowledged both the beauty of what was and what could be. Reality trembled, tore, and began to reform around them. "What have you done?" Kyle whispered, his weapon falling from nerveless fingers. Ilara's voice faded as the last note hung in the air, created a harmony instead of forcing a single melody. Beyond the observatory's windows, Moria transformed. The imperial banners remained, but now alongside ancient crystal growths that hummed with life. Streets realigned to follow ley lines invisible for centuries. And in the distance, great beings of light bowed their heads to the human city, no longer conquerors or conquered, but partners in a new song. "You've made us vulnerable," Kyle murmured. "I've made us whole," Ilara countered, as the remaining pages of the Songs of Creation scattered into glittering dust. Some stories are meant to be continually rewritten, not by those who would control reality, but by all who live within it. And across the reborn city, books strained against their chains no more, their songs finally free to be heard by anyone willing to listen.